ghostly pin, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong thy meditation. Thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one overpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is, yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master, I revere thy radiance that
I bring you Chillism 3.0, starring Nathan, Talia, Lion, Concrete, and King. Prepare for the circus. We're heading to the world of Chillism. Hello, everybody. This is Nathan, and I'm like a veteran or something. I got some fucking brain damage. Yeah, I got blown up in a fucking motherfucking Humvee and a motherfucking IED a couple times, but this whole thing is about chillism. It's about being chill. It's like a philosophy. If you ain't chill, well then clearly you don't get the main message about the chillism. So, let's start the show. What do you think, Concrete? Well. Part of the thing about the talking about the thing, and then we're gonna string this word to that word. What happened? Rich didn't like my imitations. He was forcing it.
When you got in office, her family was here for years in Florida, were illegal immigrants for years. They didn't get citizenship until Donald Trump became in office. So really, it's like my grandmother used to always say, you want to hide something from a nigga, put it in a book. They're not going to read. This is not just to a man or just not masculine. This is to anybody, like as a form of endearment. If you want to hide something from somebody, put it in a book or put it on the internet, because they only gonna research what they want to research, or they only gonna listen to what they want to listen to. We have to be fooled if we think the border of immigration is the biggest problem. It's okay for the politicians to have. It's okay for the.
What are you trying to say? Black people don't read books? You racist.
No, I want to say.
It'll be really. I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna land really quickly. It'll be really crazy to think the spill of.
Why did they kick me? The fuck, dirty dogs.
He's going to keep about $750 billion in the state of Texas donating to it, but he's going to pull people off border sectors because Trump's going to be doing that. So Governor Howie will still be doing his thing, right? But whether he resonates with the new Speaker of the House, which is not the former Speaker, because he decided, Patty, I don't know if you ever heard this. Try to look it up. Former Speaker of the House Dave Phelan being drunk on the floor. Apparently, in Texas legislature, drinking's like not a really big deal. They do it all the time. But apparently, this dumb son of a bitch decided it was going to be a great idea to take one of those styrofoam coffee cups,
I don't
fill it
think
full of
there's
vodka,
enough
and drink it,
leverage.
and then not ask his lieutenant to do something. And so he gets onto the House floor, and he sounds like a dumb drunk son of a bitch, because he is a dumb drunk son of a bitch, and like loses it. It's going to be fascinating to find out who wins.
Yeah, can I just clarify something or whatever? I mean, said that, it's going to be retribution politics because, MAGA's doing it now or Trump's doing it now, and therefore Democrats are doing it now. And the problem is like, we don't really do that when we
political parties are not different from exact political parties, which is what I meant in the first place.
Yeah. So the laws they're putting in is like for equality and equity, and that's not it's not retribution against white people. What Trump is doing.
Scotty, I didn't say white people, did I?
Well, it's whatever. It's retribution.
No. If you're going to take what I said and say it, I meant white people, then you need to actually know that that's what I meant. And I didn't say it.
Whatever. MAGA. It's not, we're not going to be...
Scotty, I'm not even MAGA. My point is...
Scotty, he's not MAGA. Scotty.
No, I'm talking about red states and blue states, okay? Talking about the retribution where it's going to be beneficial for red states because of MAGA is now that the Democrats or somebody who is in charge as a Democrat is not going to penalize red states. You said that for the next 10 or 15 years, there will be retribution the other way towards red states. So I want to clarify
that. I said that stuff happens because that's a political truism. Scotty,
there isn't going to be retribution.
Hold on. Scotty, I'm not expecting people to do things that are super unequal. I'm not expecting them to do illegal things. What I mean is, people on the other side of the aisle, when something is done, will exact a political price. That will be part of the discussions leadership has in the United States Congress. Political price? Just let me, Scotty. Just let me finish the end of the statement. That political retribution may be effective or may not be effective. My statement was not to penalize those on the opposite side of the aisle for me. It was to more note some of the ways these things function. I'm not saying somehow the Democratic Party is somehow more susceptible to being attacked by political promotions. I'm only saying this could happen. Right? I'm not saying it's going to, and I'm not saying Republicans are better than Democrats. I'm just saying this could be a thing that happens in the next 10 years.
What's the retribution that a Democrat would do to a red state or to Republicans? What's the retribution?
If certain states denied actual resources, they could do things like, say, Texas would not get funding in the middle of a hurricane disaster, which has already been a thing discussed in the United States news at least a year ago, in particular because of the Trump administration's penchant to go for Republican states over Democratic states. My point, Scott, is not that one is more guilty than the other. It is that those sorts of things have, just like every action has an equal and opposite reaction, those things have a reaction.
It's not the same. The Democrat or the blue states haven't denied funding for your hurricanes or Florida. We always step up. And you guys, Ted Cruz, when we were going through Hurricane Sandy 10 years ago or whatever it was, he tried to block that shit too. What you guys are doing, and I mean Republicans that are in control, are trying to block funding for California. That's a fact. You can't tell me that blue states or blue governors or whatever have have tried to block anything that's going on for disaster relief for any red states. You just can't point to it.
Oh,
That's all.
Scotty, that was not the point of what I said. Hold on.
Your point was
That's not.
Marshall, excuse me. Hold on 1 second. Marshall, Patty, you have somebody that's recording and simultaneously broadcasting your space into many different channels across social media. So Adrian Dittman, sitting down in the audience, he is simulcasting and broadcasting spaces.
Adams!
Adrian, come up.
Is it you, Nozer?
So what's going on, Adrian?
Yeah, this is gossip from a closeted homosexual MAGA serial rapist, neo-Nazi pedophile, and oh, look at explosion.
The black.
I don't care whether
He's the black.
He said he doesn't care. Go ahead.
Okay, well, that's going to be a bit of a difficult answer to contend with. So Moa, you believe that white people owe black people?
No. I think this country owes black people.
Oh, why this country? Why not white people?
Because
Why don't we expand the category?
Because it was the country who sanctioned it.
Exactly. I agree with you. So there are some specific issues where you can't afford to expand the category. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, if you're talking about a specific... Bro, that's what I'm saying.
That's all. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, hold on. I'm talking about if you're talking about racial identity, then the lines that are drawn in comparing ethnic groups or nationalities are all erased. And then once you're starting to talk about ethnic comparisons or ethnic groups, then you draw the line. And every single time, what you can say. Yeah. So what the hell is going on right now, bro? I'm saying that
what I was pointing out is that you don't actually disagree with what I'm saying. I'm pointing out a fundamental attribution
No.
error. And what I'm saying that the fundamental I'm saying an attribution error happens if we're talking about, let's say, racial categories in terms of phenotypically, and then all of a sudden we go from that discussion to talking about racial categories as it pertains to something complex like reparations, and then we make the broad claim that white people owe black people. That's an inappropriate use of the category at that point. You have to then
wait.
identify and hold on. You have to limit. You have to limit. Hold on, let me just finish. In the case when you're discussing something like reparations.
Well, I'll point it out here.
No, listen. What I'm pointing out is when you talk about reparations.
This is like the perfect room to just walk away. It'll go forever. It'll go for days. You don't even have to check on it. It just keep going forever and ever and ever and ever. Never shut up. They never shut up.
The category has to become more specialized and specific.
Right, but the context that you're applying here is through the legal remedy of some sort of a trespass or...
It's an example. We can go to other examples.
Yeah, just hold on. So if you point out the reparations component, the reason why we point out an actual body or a country that sanctioned it is because of the fact that that's who's... But in the larger conversation about a moral responsibility, then we would implicate everybody outside of the actual nation. That's when everybody else comes in when we're talking about...
You can't implicate all white people who didn't participate in the fuck shit. That doesn't make sense.
Right. The problem is that when we say white versus black, it's the good and the bad comes into that. And everybody that is arguing from these 2 points understands that. So, for example, when somebody says, hey, I'm white, I'm privileged, and I'm elite, the counter to that is, look at those people from Estonia. They look pretty freaking poor. Look at those West Virginia crystal methamphetamine people over there.
Who are also white.
Trailer trash. What?
They're also included in the white. And that's the issue with panning categories.
No,
that's the point that I've been making.
If you're playing with the rules of white versus black, the good and the bad both enter into the conversation. Both of them do. In that comparison, and that's totally fair. So when somebody says, hey, there is white inventors, you're saying, hold on, that right there is a category creep because of the fact that it wasn't all white people. There was only certain white people that invented these things.
right?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. If you make a claim that there were, listen, what I'm saying is, if you make a claim that there were white inventors that contributed to the world, that's actually fundamentally like intellectually an uninteresting point, because there were black inventors, there were Chinese inventors, there were Indian inventors. There's inventors of every racial group. So at that particular point, listen. At that particular point, there's no fundamental tension in the discussion. The tension happens though when you make a comparison about the broader group versus the other, and then obviously now we have to then pan all Africanism in order to have this particular conversation. And then what tends to happen,
right? So when we talk about race, we say this group here in this category is overrepresented in this subject or in this other category compared to this other group. So when we look at crime statistics, when we look at like economic, finances, all these different categories, we compare these two larger groups by using this rate. So
I don't disagree, and what I'm pointing out is the larger the group gets, the fuzzier it gets, because then the question becomes what are the boundaries of this particular category? So when you say white, right? Do you mean all people that meet a phenotypic description, or do you mean that all people as defined by, let's say, white supremacist rhetoric, or do you mean where do biracials fall into that? So how do we then quantify them? What happens when black people say well, so and so was invented? I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, if the category is phenotypical,
Motherfuckers are scientists or
how
some
do you
shit.
draw a distinction when we're talking about biracial people?
Phenotypical, come on.
Exactly.
Hold on, biracial people are not white. Now, if they're passing white,
Biracial, they're passing white?
Are they black?
Bro, like you're using this to run away from the actual.
Bro. Oh, I hate all these people. I hate them all.
White versus black.
Hate them all.
If you are white passing or black
passing,
then go to your group. Grab your arms and let's go. And now what we're going to do is we're going to write the rules of engagement. And we're going to say, we are better than you because of this. And then you're going to say, no, we are better than you because of this. And you lied about this. And then that's the discussion. And you're saying that... that's fake? Or what are you saying? Like that doesn't happen, or that shouldn't happen?
I'm saying there are appropriate times for it to happen, and there are inappropriate times for it to happen. I'm not saying there's a problem with categories. I'm not saying there's a problem with making comparisons of categories.
Right.
I'm arguing the instant. Wait. Let's be clear. I'm going to repeat what I said again. I'm saying
motherfucker loves to repeat himself.
White people and black people, there are appropriate times to do that. And I'm saying that there are also inappropriate times to compare white people and black people. And I'm giving the examples of the inappropriate times. So for example, one of the examples is when we're talking about, let's say, something complex like collective punishment or collective responsibility. It doesn't make sense to hold white people responsible for what they did to black people if not all black people suffered. A. B. If not all white people participated in it. Now we have to hyper-specialize. So now we don't just say white people. Hold on. Now we don't just say white people. So we say white people of this group or of this subcategory. We hyper-specialize now. We specify white people of this subcategory that did this particular thing to black people of this subcategory that suffered this particular thing.
Who the fuck in 2025 has ever done anything to a black person? The fuck is this bullshit? Motherfucker!
It's whites from
motherfucker.
Or it's whites from this civilization or kingdom. That's the point that I'm making.
Time to go to bed. Let these N-words argue it out. Have a good night, Mr. N-word. Take care of it.
It can never be that larger group.
Just on it. If you're talking about, when you just said collective responsibility or collective, whatever the hell the other word was. So when it comes to the moral, collective punishment. When it comes to the whole moral side of things, that group can be super expansive. But then when it comes to the legal remedies of one group trespassing another group or oppressing another group, that's going to be a little bit different because they're sanctioning groups that are involved that are in these smaller tribes that can actually pay out. So in the legal context, you would say, well, the United States of America is who harmed me, so that's who's going to have to pay the tab. Hey, My brother's over there in Germany. You got to get Germany to do their part. Right? So this is the legal remedy route, and then you're going to the moral route. That's where the groups get larger.
The moral remedy route still. Yeah, I hear you. The moral remedy route still poses the same exact problem, though, that you still have to end up hyper-specifying.
I don't think
it does. It absolutely does.
If you're a part of the other group, and you know you're a part of the other group, and you know I'm a part of the other group that you don't really get along with, then you need to make sure that you're not around me. That's your job. That's how
except this doesn't work for collective punishment. And, moral sense, there's no moral. Look, I've never heard anybody make the moral argument that it's okay to hold a whole group of people and the individuals and the constituents of that particular group completely responsible for the stuff that a minority did. And I've heard people make bad arguments for it, like historically, like the KKK and stuff like that, but that doesn't make sense fundamentally.
Look at the undocumented immigrants here in America. They're being targeted for the criminal element. That is a very small number. And we want them all out because they're circumventing the system and they're oppressing the Americans.
Except, okay, so you would agree with me if I made the following statement, right? That the one thing that all undocumented immigrants have in common is that by dint of them being undocumented, they're committing a crime.
No.
They're not?
No.
You wouldn't agree with that?
No. Wait, what do you mean by crime?
Is it legal to be in the U.S. without legal paper?
A lot of people, when they first, like Hakeem, for example, right? When I first met him in Pal Talk, and no glory to me, all glory to God. He was a 16-year-old little dweeb, but I loved him because he was funny, he was encouraging, and he just was on my side no matter what. And dweeb, I mean like young kid. I don't mean like a dumb kid or nothing. Very intelligent. And we got close for a little bit until I got real close to him by the grace of God. He pulled away. Remember that, young brother Hakeem?
Yeah, story faithful woman.
Yep. And then eventually God brought him back, and I started working with him. And it wasn't easy, was it, Hakeem?
Not at all.
Was it a cakewalk, man?
No, not at all.
When I walked up to you and I first met you, Hakeem, no glory to me, and I gave you a hug, did you think I was a weirdo?
No.
What did it feel like when I hugged you? And just, no glory to me, all glory to Papa Yeshua, Jesus the Christ. What did it feel like to you? Be honest, Hakeem.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think you were a weirdo, but I was weirded out because I didn't expect it. And, it was like my first time meeting you in person. So it was like, yeah, I was weirded out. But I didn't think you were a weirdo. I was just not used to it.
And so, even though Hakeem has a dad, in his heart, he's angry with his dad. Even though he has a mom, he's angry with his mom. So tonight, when I said to him, or my wife said to him, I repent, name Yeshua, Jesus the Christ, he has to know the love of the Father, but also give the love of the Father. Because that's all Hakeem does, is he gives love, and it's never reciprocated, so it can be elevated in his understanding. But now, since that orphan spirit broke off of him, he can start loving and not be hurt from that love. Because Hakeem gives a lot of love, and he doesn't even realize it. Because he's so drained by, not waiting to get love, but he doesn't feel the love because all he does is he gives and gives and gives. So sometimes somebody needs to find a platform to say, you know what? I really appreciate you, Hakeem. Thank you for being a blessing, Hakeem. It's not a bad thing to say thank you to somebody. But, because sometimes somebody needs it. Sometimes, somebody needs it more than you do. Like Nicole, for example, right? Nicole, share with them what God, and all glory to God, none to me, how God had me and my wife be like parents to you, if you would be so kind, please.
Of course, Elder. Well, I met Elder John first, as he said he was unalive. I entered into the lives, and I was hearing him speak, and all glory to God, but I heard God speaking through him, and it just gave me the fire of our Heavenly Father, and I knew that I needed to know more. I knew I had to have more of God. By just how he was talking, he also was teaching me forgiveness, even with him speaking to the person he was speaking to. When I entered into the ministry, I was received with love that I hadn't ever experienced before. And being introduced to Elder Jackie was a blessing also. They have both taught me and guided me all by God. They have walked with me. They've also pressed me and pushed me to do greater in Christ. They have continued to
All these people are called
correct
servant.
me when I need it.
We found some kind of cult room. It's called the Unchurched Ones Fire and Oil Room. Warfare
how
Prayers.
to pray, how to walk, the things that I needed to do, the things that I had no clue about doing before. I met either one of them because no one taught me. And I had been in church my entire life, in and out. So I thank God that he has blessed me with not only the elders, but my brothers and sisters in the ministry. But they have truly taken on that role. They pray for me. They help me in so many ways. And it is just such a blessing to have them. And I give God all the glory for that.
Because see, love risks its life to show you life. I'm sorry, not Adrian, forgive me. Good morning to you, Adrian. But love risked its life to give you life, Angel. When I come to you, I don't come to you as I'm risking my life. In other words, not risking it to lose it. I'm risking it to share it with you. I'm risking the life, the testimony, the power, the everything with you to place something in you that will draw you closer to me as far as your elder.
Okay, I don't want to troll those people because they seem like they're in a special place. I was going to ask him about wisdom, but, I'd rather go to bed. Very emotional. Highly emotionally charged. Okay, this has also been Earth Ear. That's right, Earth Ear. That's the name. Okay, Robert, hope you had fun. This has been the Adrian Dittman Not Forcing It room.
I believe, right. I don't believe that the things that I believe are choices. I think I'm either convinced or I'm not.
They are choices?
No, they're not choices. I'm either convinced or I'm not.
All right. My bad.
Gangster or something.
So,
yeah, I'm never going to participate in hating Jews. That's never gonna happen. And I don't even know why we're talking about them, because this is supposed to be a black space, so that's where I was annoyed. And it just, you conveniently do that every time I come into a room because you're trying to trigger me to make me go off on you. That he's just looking for content, I feel like. I'm just sick of it. So today I was like, you know what, let me just go in and officially unfriend you because you're a piece of shit. You really are, and you're obsessed with Jews, and it's weird.
He also disrespected you, and that's disgusting. There's no call for it. He should be honoring you. You can see he's very unfair. You know, he didn't let you speak. They kept cutting you off. You couldn't get a sentence out.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it is what it is. I was just wondering. But we can move on. Thanks, Norm.
Thank you, MG. Thank you always.
Yes, thank you, MG. Oh, it took me a while to get off the mute there for a minute. Sorry.
Me too.
What's up, Nikki and Nash? Nah.
Yeah. Hi, everybody.
Hi. I'm gonna be on mute for a couple minutes. No, I'm running till I can come back.
Yeah, sure. We have another one of these disgusting losers, these low-life criminals. They're like barbarians, you know, filled with hate, with no fealty to anybody. Not to black people,
Resistance.
not to white people, not to Jews, not to Christians.
El Nostro. Our nostrils is scum of the earth.
You know, they don't live up to what God expects of a human being, which I'll repeat is to be loving, to learn, to teach each other, and to give charity. They do none of that. They're actual criminals with criminal records who hurt people and brag about it. And this is what happened to Hamas, just to keep on topic. Hamas was not taking care of their own people. That's a big deal. That's a big problem. They weren't feeding them. They said, "Oh, we are proud to offer up our shaheeds, their martyrs, the women and children." They sent their own children to die. That's not right. They should care about their loved ones. They should want to feed them. They should want to keep them safe. So, I mean, this is interesting and unexpected from Trump. Oh, Nikki, at the bottom of the room. I'm answering you. Here, I'll bring up Danny.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's okay. Just put it in the chat.
Trump has come into office, and I didn't know what to expect from this guy. And so far, he's selling something that's in short supply, apparently. Common sense. All the things he's saying, and some of them are wrong, by the way. Like this birthright citizenship, I think he's off base so far. But let's see.
Can we just maybe, I don't know, get rid of resistance? Like, Norm, I know it rolls off your back, but he's just reading some really ignorant shit. He said, he even said something in the room earlier about sticking his dick in my daughter's mouth. And, like, that's just disgusting.
Did you report it?
Oh my God.
I did.
That is so
that's
disgusting.
Just, it's just, like, pedophilia at this point. And I'm not gonna tell you guys what to do in your room, and you know what I mean. Like I know you let them sit and just let them sit in the audience, but
and let them listen a little bit.
Yeah, it's just that you know how I am about my kids, and that's
I
just
appreciate
disgusting
that,
to me.
Nikki. Hey, Normo.
Yes.
I'm not available really to play with resistance, but if you want to give him a goodbye message or whatever you want to do before you remove. It's okay.
All right. Give me a second. Resistance, what is wrong with you? You have a mental illness. You talk lies. You don't help your people. You're a criminal. Why don't you, if you really wanted to connect with God, why don't you do it? Why don't you stop being a violent, lying, stealing, thieving criminal and help people? You have the opportunity. You have a life. God gave you this beautiful thing called life. Why are you wasting it hurting people and hating people? What is the matter with you? Why are you such a disgusting person? Why do you make up all this weird, twisted sexual stuff? Every time you go into one of these rooms of Palestinians and it's always gay this and sexual that and Jew this. What's the matter with you? Have you ever asked yourself that question? Why don't you take a moment right now and pray to God and ask Him for forgiveness and say to Him, God, what do you want me to do right now? You say you believe in God, right? You believe in Allah? Take a minute now, stop moving your thumbs, and ask Him, what should I do to help my community? What's in their best interest? Instead of wasting your time. You got rid of him, Jeremy?
Data is all over.
Everything in this world is... Did he leave on his own? Oh, man, look at him. All right, anyway, it's good to see some of my bros here. I won't call you out by name in case you don't want to be identified. I'm very pleased that Trump has common sense. Common sense says that there's no point in rebuilding Gaza so that the same thing happens again. So what's the solution? Every country that has a war has refugees. Now, these folks are refugees. These civilians need a safe place to live and eat and learn and take care of their children, away from the violence and terror. So Trump is proposing maybe this is going to work out in Egypt, maybe it's going to work out in Jordan, and I know he's going to offer them all kinds of aid to sweeten the deal and let whoever's going to decide to rebuild Gaza, the U.S., the Gulf nations, Israel, whoever is going to do it in a way that generates money instead of being as Lucas says, who will take the land from Gaza? Nobody needs to take it. It's not going anywhere. You can't take land. So to rebuild it in a way that generates income. Lucas, you can come up if you want. Do you realize that Gaza has just been costing people money? It doesn't generate any income. It just kills people and builds tunnels. What kind of a life is that, man? Why do you want to do that? How about building a school? How about teaching your children a profession? Israel was at a war with Gaza, and Israel won. That's what happens. They could have surrendered on October 10th, couldn't they have, before the airstrikes? They could have given back the hostages and said, okay, we will now make amends for our crimes. Instead, they wanted Israel to react like this. I don't think anybody anticipated how powerful Israel was. This was a...
Hold up.
Yeah.
Everybody knows how powerful Israel is.
This is more powerful than...
Like, you're a fucking stupid ass if you don't know that.
Well, I don't know why you would use that kind of language with me. I didn't say that to you.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm
sorry.
In general.
Time out,
in
Danny.
general.
Danny, why don't you tell us how powerful Israel is then? Since we should just know, how powerful is Israel?
Well, look, from my perspective, Israel is backed by the United States, right? That means Israel is bad as fuck. Matter of fact, when Hamas pulled that shit off, I was like, why did you fucking idiots. Now you're gonna get devoured. Like, there was the folk, like, I couldn't, like, really, like, reasonably understand why they made that move. Like,
it was
did
suicide.
you not know you're gonna get fucking devoured?
It was. You're right. It was suicide. But I mean, with all the backing of the U.S. told us don't go into Rafah. Israel did it anyway, and the U.S. said don't go into Lebanon. Israel did it anyway, and it accomplished more on Hezbollah than I had ever dreamed possible. They'd been sitting on that intelligence. Where are all these weapons caches? Where are these missiles? Where are all the heads of Hezbollah? We knew it. If they went and picked their nose, Israel knew it. Look what they did to Nasrallah. This is this villain with...
What is the greater Israel that people talk about?
Lucas, did you notice that I was speaking just then? Please wait until I'm done. Israel knew where Nasrallah was. Bibi was giving a speech to the United Nations when three jets went by Nasrallah's compound. What was he, under 60 feet of concrete? A series of jets created shockwaves that enforced each other and took out this villain. What did he have? $100 million price on his head from the United States for killing Americans? Don't forget, Lucas and everybody, Hamas took Americans, man. When you take Americans, America goes in there. Don't just say that America backs Israel. Hamas took Americans. You want to mess with America and see what happens next? What happens next is Gaza. All right? So what did you want to ask, Lucas? A greater Israel?
I was just asking.
I don't believe in the greater Israel project. Yeah, I don't believe that in the greater Israel project. Those Photoshop things with some kind of map on Israeli soldiers' uniforms. I'm very familiar with the Israeli soldier uniform. I wore one, and I also helped them when they were, they got so many.
I think it's across all
Why are you interrupting
uniforms,
me?
but I think.
Why are you interrupting me? Could you wait till I finish before you jump in?
Well, you never allow me to speak either.
No, you're going to speak. You just spoke. You asked about Greater Israel. I was answering your question. Then you interrupted. So I don't believe that there's a Greater Israel project. Needless to say, Israel's going to take a defensive area. Syria is a mess over there. There's no more Syria. Yes, Israel took Mount Harbon. Israel wants Hezbollah to move back up north of the Litani River in Lebanon. They didn't do that. So Israel goes in. So what's your question, Lucas?
Do you think there's any case for Israel basically blowing up parts of Syria? They've wiped down clear Gaza, and basically they would go in there and take more land and expand their nation.
Okay, you want to start with Gaza or with Syria?
Like both. I mean, it's.
I can only talk about one thing at a time. Let's talk about.
They're doing multiple fronts at a time.
So let's talk about one at a time. I believe, number one, Israel has a peace deal with Egypt. I know that wasn't in your question, but I mean that's part of the Greater Israel. Israel's going to respect its peace deal with Egypt. That's a big deal. Israel keeps its treaties with other nations. Israel has a peace deal with Jordan. We have a common interest to resist Muslim fundamentalism, the Muslim Brotherhood. So if ISIS is taking over Syria, then it is in the interest of the world to take out ISIS the way we did before. You get it? We don't want ISIS. So the U.S. had a war against ISIS in Iraq and in the Caliphate, and if there's ISIS taking over Syria, then yes, the Western world will stomp on ISIS. Is that fair for the Syria part, Lucas?
Should we ask Lucas if he wants ISIS to be winning? Do you want ISIS to win?
ISIS is wiped out.
No, ISIS is now taking over Syria. That's who that guy is. Jolani. Golani stands for the Golan, by the way. That guy is ISIS and a Muslim Brotherhood, and they're backed by Turkey. So they're in Syria now. Barang, did you want to go?
Yeah. Hey. Hello, everyone. Hey. So actually, technically, that guy is Jabhat al-Nusra, which is very similar ideology to ISIS, but they're rivals. I don't know if you guys read, Washington Post had an article.
I'm just wondering if you can differentiate Coke and Pepsi. I mean, they're both cola.
Oh, yeah, no,
they're
I mean, they do
both
compete.
terrible for your health.
No, they are, but no, my point is, if you read Washington Post's article, actually CIA helped Golani and people in Syria to fold ISIS's plot to blow up one of the holy sites in Damascus. So they're not necessarily friends of ISIS, but they're very similar to ISIS. And what I was going to say about something that you were talking about earlier, no Arab country or leader would take in 1.5 million people from Gaza.
Well, we're going to find out. That's your prediction.
I don't think. And I tell you why they won't.
No, wait. Before you say that, tell me where you're from. If you're a Persian, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we just don't know because it's a new ball game. And it's like saying no Arab country is going to make peace with Israel, but Egypt and Jordan did. No Arab country will ever come to the military aid of Israel, but Saudi Arabia fired rockets at the Iranian Revolutionary Genocide Corps. I want to make a distinction between you and that government, those mullahs, okay? Yeah. Sure. So Saudi and Jordan participated in the Iron Dome protection of the Levant. So you don't know what's going to happen next. Will they take in women and children? Well, how can they say no? I don't know, but go ahead.
No, yeah, I'll tell you my reasoning that I don't think they will is that that population is a liability. That is a population that is radicalized, is going to be difficult to integrate into your society. That is a population that probably doesn't want to leave Gaza. So they don't want to deal with that. And B, no Muslim or Arab leader wants to be going down in history as a person or a group that helped Israel annex Gaza. They just don't want to,
I don't think Israel
they're not going to be a part of that.
I don't think Israel wants to annex Gaza. Nobody wants
who's
Gaza.
Who's going to take over Gaza? You still haven't answered that.
Well, you didn't ask me that until right now.
I asked you before. We talked about.
No, we were talking about
factions in Israel that don't mind annexing Gaza.
Sure, there are factions, but just remember, ask yourself this: why did we leave in 2005? If we wanted to annex it, why did we pull every?
Would you say that property right by the beachfront is worth a lot of money?
Okay, how about my question? Why did we leave in 2005?
Because I think few different reasons. I think they figured that might be a good move in order to give a two-state solution and a peace a chance. And B, I think they thought with 2 million people in that area, it's going to be difficult to rule and control and manage.
We were there.
Well, they were there, but they weren't. I wouldn't say they were like managing it very well.
We could go swimming
there were few settlements there, but it was not a very functioning. It was much worse than West Bank or Judea Samaria, however you want to label it.
Well, there were different people than the Judea and Samaria.
No, they were not different people. They elected Hamas later on and became a different faction, and Hamas took out all the Fatah people. But before that, they were all same people. People went back and forth between the two places.
But to be fair, like the Gazans were from Egypt, and the Judea, Samaria, quote unquote Palestinians are from Jordan.
I think that's more accurate.
I think of labeling them, but
their dialect is different, Befron. Do you realize that?
Them like identifying them of their origin. Do you mean that kind of label?
A lot of people in Gaza are not originally from Gaza. There were people who moved from different parts of
mostly from Egypt. Like mostly from Egypt.
The people, but I mean, a lot of his people in Israel were not there before too.
The Arabs in Israel.
That whole territory.
Hold on. Who said that about the Jews?
Lucas.
Did Lucas say that?
Yeah, Europe, and USA, etc.
Where else? Where do you think else they came from? How about Iraq? Do you think that all the Jews of Iraq just evaporated, or they went to Israel?
How about Egypt? How about Libya?
Iran?
How about Iran?
Yeah, a lot of Jews
from
Iran went to Israel. That's true.
Many. Of course, because it's a safe haven for Jews, which is what it was always designed to be. Yeah.
Hey, Norma, I'm trying to invite.
After the creation, I mean, it was a lot of
time out a second, please.
Europeans that went there.
Listen, I know, if I say time out, if you guys can just give me the courtesy of just pausing for a quick second. Norma, the rabbi down there on the bottom, I don't know who that is, Rabbi Davonet.
Should we find out?
Well, I mean, I tried to invite him up, but it didn't work for me, so maybe you can do that for us.
I invited him up. I buttoned him up.
Listen, oh my gosh, Mastery is here, and I'm wondering if he wants to talk about the most recent news of what Trump had to say, about the Gazans and how he wants Sisi to absorb them into Egypt. Because, listen, Normal, you and I have been talking for years at this point, but over the last, since October 7th, 15, 16 months, whatever that is, how many times have I said that Egypt and Jordan contributed to the problem that we have today, and they need to be part of the solution, in order to absorb some of these Palestinians, which are in essence Egyptian and Jordanian, and for that matter, since they are number, I think, 3 and 4 on the recipient list of United States foreign aid, that they better be part of the solution versus the problem. Like, this has been something consistent that I've been talking about.
Jeremy, you're a genius. It was all your idea.
Little did you know that I'm actually an advisor to Trump.
Absolutely.
But no, not really. But the bottom line is that from 48 to 67, these territories were governed by Jordan in the quote-unquote West Bank, or also known as Judea and Samaria, and Gaza was ruled by Egypt. And neither of these two areas had any sense or reason or aspiration to become an independent nation state. They only had the goal of the destruction of Israel. And it was only until the late 60s with Yasser Arafat in conjunction with the Russians to come up with this idea of the quote-unquote Palestinian people, which up until that time had no aspirations of nationhood. And they still don't. Really, their primary aspiration is the destruction of Israel versus the creation of an independent, free Palestine. And how do we know that? We know that because many, many times has the independent state of Palestine been offered, in which was rejected and returned with what? Violence. With intifada. Number 1, intifada number 2, Lebanon war, blah, 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 blah. Point being is that they never wanted a state. They only want to destroy and eliminate the opportunity of a Jewish state.
In answer to the idea, I agree with you. In answer to the idea of Gaza as beachfront property, if whoever runs Gaza, whatever, let's say it's an Arab person of Gazan origin who wants to make peace. Let's say that person exists. We haven't met him yet, but maybe he's there somewhere. And he says, you know what? What a great idea. Let's make Gaza into a beautiful beach.
Let's make Gaza great again.
Let's, MAGA. Oh, can I change the title?
Is that Laga? Is it La Maga? Let's make Gaza. Wait, we have to add another J in there. Jewish again. We have to let's make Gaza Jewish again.
No, let them not. Look, what? This is what they're worried about. Who cares?
You guys gotta get the story straight between yourself first, because
we don't have a story. We're just free for it.
We're working on it. We're improvising. This is improv. It's improv.
This is all new stuff, man. Nobody expected Syria to fall. You think that
people expected Syria to fall? People expected it 10 years ago.
Hey, you knew more than me. I didn't know. I wasn't looking at that. I was looking at...
Yeah, 2011, Syria, the only reason he was still in power was because of Russian air coverage and Iranian money and forces via Hezbollah and other. Like, he was almost gone. Like, in 2011, the opposition, they got into, like, outskirts of Damascus. He was ready to pack up and leave, and the last minute, like, Iranians sort of, I shouldn't say Iranians, Islamic Republic kind of kept him, and they were like, no, you can stay, we'll help you, we'll send you people, we'll send them money, and they did.
But did you expect it, like, a couple of months ago?
I'll be honest. I didn't expect them to fold and fall apart so quickly, but that's how dictatorships fall. You know, like when they just it's kind of like a domino effect. I thought he was gonna go. I thought he was gonna go because I could see that the Russians were busy. Iranians didn't have as much resources to give him, and he was trying to like make deals with Turkey, and it kind of didn't look like it was gonna work out for him. But I didn't think it was gonna happen so quickly. But I did think that he was gonna go.
Do you think that Russia has now experienced their quote-unquote Afghanistan moment in which they withdraw?
In Ukraine, you mean? Or?
Well, I mean, Syria. I'm talking about vis-a-vis Syria, how they fled, how they ran away from Syria.
I think they just didn't have the resources to do much in Syria at that point. I think they're busy in Ukraine, and they're fucking getting soldiers from North Korea, you know?
Syria's kind of up for grabs now, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. I think Syria might struggle to stay as a country. I think it's probably going to be kind of similar to like Somalia, a failed state for a little while.
It's not a country, Teflon. It's not a country. It's a conglomerate.
It's an artificial country. Fair enough, but I just don't know who's gonna rule what and for how long. You know, it's kind of up in.
Well, look, don't y'all think this is very complex? Because look, when Hamas pulled this bullshit off, you know, that set this recent shit off, I was like, man, it has to tie back to Russia in a way. You know, Russia is tied in with Iran. You know, it worked out beneficial for Putin in the long run because the conflict in Gaza took away from Biden's or the Democrats' movement, political, like power or promotion. Like it was a bad look for Biden in a sense. So I felt like that shit had everything to do with Ukraine and Russia. To be a distraction.
What had a big impact on Biden? Syria did?
No, the Hamas attack on Israel that led to this conflict.
For sure. Do you know what
Do you understand that? It sounds crazy, but it.
No. I mean, do you know what really started all of it was Afghanistan.
Yeah, but I'm talking about recently. You know, we can go start digging in and get deep. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not that long ago that.
Are you talking about the pullout?
The Afghanistan pullout, yes.
I thought that was crazy because you know Trump is the one that initiated, but Biden didn't have to fucking like follow through on it. So I do agree with you on that.
Well, I mean, Trump initiated it, but he also had a lot of conditions in there. Like, for example, if he saw the Taliban coming in hot on his heels, taking over Afghanistan, I don't think he would have left. Number two, I don't think he would have. I don't think Trump's plan was to evacuate to have the military leave first.
Like, just fucking leave, like.
Right, just leave first.
Shit.
Not tell our allies.
That shit was fucking insane, bro.
Well, I mean, Trump did make the deals. They met with Taliban in Qatar, and the Afghan government wasn't even in those meetings.
Biden could have fucking like, hold up, let's fucking do this right, you know. Biden just let it go, and like he just, you know, it was fucking 2 months into Biden's administration. Like I would have been like, man, let's look at this. Let's make sure we do this pragmatically.
Yeah, it's very complex because I think CIA had a report because U.S. Army didn't know what the fuck was going on, but CIA had a report that had predicted the Afghan government would fall within 2 months after U.S. leaves. It happened in less than 2 weeks. Like
yes, sir. It happened even faster.
Yeah, they folded so quickly that I think everyone was caught by surprise. Everyone, like no one thought they were going to.
I don't think everyone's caught by surprise.
Bro, I would have thought that. I don't have no CIA.
Danny,
Come on.
The surprise was that Biden did not have a plan how to handle that, right? And then when he saw it happening, he didn't change tactics, because it wasn't just out of nowhere that they didn't see this happening from the outskirts moving in. It was literally during the withdrawal they saw them closing in, and then Biden instructed our military to do nothing but continue to leave, in which they should have stayed and held their ground.
Yes, sir, bro. I agree.
I don't know. I mean, if Afghan army is not fighting, if Afghan army, it's kind of similar to Syria. If they're not fighting and folding, do you think? Because at that point, U.S. had a lot less forces there. They're already kind of pulling back and reducing the numbers. And if Afghan army wasn't fighting and folding so quickly, do you think, Biden had to put more troops back into Afghanistan to fight for these people that weren't gonna fight for themselves and are folding anyway? I don't know.
I think he should have delayed the pullout and analyzed it better.
That was a shitty lose-lose war from the very beginning.
He just
had to leave.
It really wasn't.
Hold on a minute.
It wasn't a lose-lose.
We already won the war. We literally already.
They never won the war.
They
took over the big cities, but Taliban really never went away. They were always around. They were always in small villages. There was always in. They would come down. They never won that war. Because that was not a winnable war. That was not. It
shit started a long time ago, right?
Yeah,
we won the war.
We utilized Taliban to defeat Russia, right? We empowered them. We trained them. But then after
they empowered Mujahideen,
we abandoned them.
The people they empowered were not exactly Taliban. The Taliban came from a branch of those people, because the people they empowered were actually, a lot of them were not even Afghans. They were Arabs and Pakistanis and a lot of Saudis, Osama bin Laden. There was a lot of the Pakistan's help and Saudis' money, and these people went and trained them to fight the Soviets, and then they kind of left them on their own, and the Taliban came out.
Brother, this is the nature of the United States. We go fucking do shit, we break shit down, and then we fucking abandon it.
Exactly.
It's real easy to tear a building.
That's the mistake.
You build the shit back up, motherfucker.
You don't leave. Do you remember post-October 7? Post-October 7, Biden came to Israel. And he said to Bibi Netanyahu in the days following, he says, listen, don't make the same mistakes we made. But the media never published what mistakes was Biden referring to. And my opinion is that our mistake is that we leave. All right? Because where did we not leave? Okay, we blew the shit out of Japan.
Thank you.
Okay? And we still, in 2025, have full military bases there. All right, we never left.
Jeremy, that's Japan. Afghanistan is not Japan, man. Japan was an industrial nation before.
With Bagram Air Force Base there, we were a force to be reckoned with, keeping the peace. And those that lived in the cities surrounding that, okay, even if you said that we don't control the whole country, but we controlled parts of it, then, okay, those women
control the centers of population. Yes, the important cities they control.
That's right. So in these areas, we were providing a good civilization with good education, with the ability to be prosperous. Okay.
What we're not talking about. This is one of the weaknesses of a democratic structure, is that when one administration comes in with a completely different philosophy, we don't follow through on the previous administration's efforts. We see this. We've seen this our whole life. Fucking Democratic president has a certain, push on world politics. Fucking Republican comes in, fuck that shit, and doing the opposite. And that is a weakness in the United States, is we don't have consistent policy.
Yeah.
What?
You don't understand what I'm saying? One administration comes in, they have an agenda.
the next administration comes in and fucking completely destroys it, goes against it.
We do have a balance. We do have a balance in the U.S. between the Congress and the Senate, and the judicial, the legislative and executive branches. So now I understand there's certain things that'll flow with the executive branch as politics come in and out, and not to mention majorities of each of the houses of government. That being said, though, I mean, we can only do what we can do. We're not a perfect people either. All right, is that fair to say we're not perfect? We are trying to.
Exactly. I'm just pointing out that's one of our weaknesses, right?
It's not a weakness. It's not a weakness.
Fair. It could be.
That is a strength.
It's a weakness.
That is a strength.
No, not necessarily.
How is changing of policies and the freedom to be flexible and try new things, how is that a weakness?
So there's a difference between flexible and completely annihilating the previous administration's efforts. Like to where we're fucking over each other within ourselves. To where that flexibility you're talking about is not around.
Well, let's talk about differences in administration.
For policies to even become a thing, it starts with the people. It starts with the people lobbying on what is best for our communities. So how is it against us when we're the ones making everything?
Hey, Paul.
Are you kidding me?
I know. But Danny. Hey, Paul.
You're saying that...
Danny, hold on.
I can't hear anything.
Can you hear me? I'm just wondering when you say our communities, what are you referring to?
I'm talking about America.
Okay, America. So, for example, since I want to kind of keep this tight to the title, like in days after October 7, Joe Biden said, we will not allow any displacement of Gazans. And he really held Israel at the throat, essentially, and said, we're not going to allow you to displace anybody in Gaza. Okay, even though it's a hostile population in which has attacked you, the governing body of Gaza, Hamas, is a terrorist organization. But Joe Biden, the president of the United States, in the days after October 7th, the greatest massacre upon Israel upon Jews since World War II, had said, we're not going to allow you to displace any of these people. And now, Donald Trump today...
I remember him saying he's standing with Israel, like, to be honest. Like,
well, he also
said that like months later.
Isn't it? Sorry, there's only so much that we can give Israel. I'm just sorry.
Hold on
Didn't Biden approve of what?
Hold on,
80-something billion for you guys? Isn't that enough? We only have one president, not 7. You guys have 2. We can only do so much to make you guys happy.
Hey, let me just make my point. That Joe Biden said they won't allow any displacement of the Gazan people. And now today, Donald Trump said that the way to move forward is to move the Gazan population to Egypt and to Jordan. Okay? So we can go clean out all the terrorists. Okay, this is very different. Now, I'm sorry didn't really hear what you were saying because you were talking over me when I was trying to get that point out. But since we have a shift in administrations, and we now have a shift in policy and ideas of saying that, yes, we can displace these people because guess what? They started a war with Israel. And now that we have crushed that city in this area, which is not fit for human inhabitants anymore, that Egypt and Jordan should absorb these populations is a shift in policy from administration to administration.
Look, the truth is that's what's going to happen, bro. That's it.
It's the only humane thing to do at this point, isn't it?
Like, that's what's going to happen. But you can never get rid of that resentment.
Well, that's why the people have to leave. If we can't get rid of the resentment, if they can't come to a point of surrender to want to live in peace as a neighbor of Israel, then they've got to go.
Go where?
But how does that happen?
Go where?
Well, I mean, for starters, Egypt and Jordan, which are the neighbors of Israel.
You can't just do that. That is genocide.
They're not going to take him in.
That is literally genocide.
On paper,
in the
it's a great
nicest way
idea, but
possible.
Egypt's not going to take him in, and then U.S. can't force Egypt to take him in.
So today also, Colombia was receiving a military transport of illegal immigrant criminals. Okay, and
How many,
Colombia.
What was the size? Like a couple of hundred?
Well, okay, let's just.
It was
We're
just
talking 2 million people, dude.
All right, hold on.
I have a question here.
We have to, before we ask questions and move on, I just want to say something clear. That these couple of airplanes, okay, and I know it's not 1.5 million or whatever it is that they're talking about with Gaza. They were sent to Colombia to deliver their criminal, illegal immigrants back to them. And they wanted to decline them. And the President of the United States, Donald Trump, said, okay, fine. Well, we're going to initiate an emergency 50% tariff on everything that comes from Colombia, amongst a bunch of other...
25%, he said.
It was 25, but then after 1 week or after 1 month, it moves to 50. It was some very, very harsh sanctions on tariffs and sanctions, like direct sanctions on individuals. Egypt and Jordan are only independent nation states because of the security provided by the United States and by Israel. And without the United States and Israel, both Egypt and Jordan fall to the Islamist, terrorist, jihadists.
Oh, that's not really true.
It is.
Totally not true.
Jordan, maybe. Egypt, no. Egypt, no.
Egypt and Jordan both would be taken away from their leadership, and those dictatorships or monarchy, depending how you want to look at it, would be finished, done, goodbye, adios.
Well, the Muslim
I
Brotherhood
think that's
essentially
it's a little
are
bit
supported by the
disrespectful
United
to say that
States.
about Egypt.
And go ahead.
Well, why is that?
I feel like Egypt is very balanced. Like, yes, they do accept Western help, but they are not like.
They're not a client
like
state.
They don't need the fucking West to hold them down.
You don't think so?
They'll just turn to Russia. They'll turn to other people, like they did before the peace deal that they had. They were using Russia and the Eastern blocs to get their things done. Egypt is not a client state. Egypt is large enough and has enough statehood that it'll survive if they don't get U.S. aid, but it's much better if they do get U.S. aid because they'll have a much better relationship with Israel. They probably be much closer ally to the West, and they'll be more moderate. But they're not gonna like. Jordan, yes, I agree with you with Jordan. Jordan is kind of like a client state, but Egypt isn't.
Well, I have to disagree with you about that, just so you know. Egypt without the United States would be sunk. And
let the United States save their money, and as we did before, we are going to have the weapons from different countries, just like we did with France. We take the Rafale, just like we did with Russia. We take weapons from them, just like the the military ships we took from Germany. So let the United States save their money, simply.
You realize, Mastery, that you're number 3 in line of U.S. foreign aid, right? That's right behind Israel.
Jeremy, why do you think that is? Why do you think that is?
No, hold on. For stability for Israel.
But yeah, exactly. Why do you think that is? Why do you think Egypt gets so much help from U.S.? What is it that makes it important?
It's because of agreement with the U.S., Israel, and Egypt. And guess what, Mastery? Without Israel, you have no deal.
Well, Israel without the United States is nothing.
Yeah, but Israel's got you in the United States. Israel's not housing jihadists like Egypt is. Israel.
When did we house the jihadis exactly?
Israel doesn't have a problem in the Sinai with ISIS like Egypt does.
And Sinai, of course, we are fighting the terrorists there. We had that really fact, which is supported intelligently by Israel and the United States.
I'd argue that Israel needs Egypt more as an ally than the other way around.
That's the fact that Yirmiyahu doesn't want to see.
The U.S. needs to stop funding Israel. That's just my opinion.
Well, that's like asking the United States to stop being racist, and we know that's not going to happen.
Do you know
I have no idea where you got that from, but whatever. We need to stop funding Israel.
I actually gotta go. Take care, guys. Thanks for the room, Jeremy. I gotta go.
It's good to chat next time.
Always.
Hey, do you guys realize that many Israelis, including myself here, actually believe that this U.S. Foreign aid for Israel is also not a good idea?
I support that.
Do you know why? Because the benefits in which Israel provides back to the United States is unmatched by any other nation, and that it's a cooperative defense agreement, and that this should be reframed and recalled a different name. Oh my gosh, God's lawyer is here. Oh, hey, buddy, come on up. This is my lawyer, so I want to just defer any legal questions to the lawyer in the house. But ultimately, foreign aid provided to Israel vis-a-vis the United States should be looked at in a different name. This should be a cooperative defense agreement in which it is a symbiotic relationship where Israel provides back to the United States uncountable, right? You literally cannot count the value of the intelligence in which the U.S. provides back to the United States. And unlike the defense agreements...
The U.S. provides back to the United States?
He meant Israel.
I'm sorry if I misspoke. Very dissimilar to the fact of what we spend in keeping bases in Japan and Germany, amongst other many European and international states. It costs the American people $0 to have Israel. And in fact, the value back provided from Israel overshadows anything that comes in the form of coupons in which Israel has the ability to purchase at a discount weapons from the United States. So it's really a mistake to look at it as foreign aid. Now, when you look at Egypt, though, on the other end of the scale, right, on the other end of the spectrum, rather, they're not providing anything back to the United States. It's strictly a welfare project to Egypt and Jordan, not to mention many other states. But that's my point about that. I wanted to just say, hey, what's up to my attorney real quick. I'm going to go on mute. Hey, how you doing?
What's up, my man? How are you?
And got 4 more of our hostages back today. It's a good day.
Yeah, great news. I was just in a Palestinian room going one against
Are they crying or? I'm really interested because on one half of it, you see them parading through the streets of Gaza in their shiny, fresh, pressed, brand new uniforms that they've never worn a day after a war of 15, 16 months at this point, and calling that they've had a genocide and a famine, and they look all fat and plump and freshly pressed. It's a little weird. I'm not sure if they're crying or celebrating.
You know, it's funny. One of the prisoners that Hamas wanted, I don't know if you heard, but he refused to go. He said, I would rather stay in an Israeli prison than go back there. I mean, I don't know about the details why, but it's made some headline news that, you know, he, this is a Palestinian, so-called, Palestinian that Hamas wanted out, and he's like, no, I realized that this is not, it's stupid. I just rather just stay in an Israeli prison because life is better in an Israeli prison than actually going back to, be under Hamas. Crazy.
That's nuts. Can you imagine, being in an Israeli prison, literally getting the ability to go to school to become an attorney, for example?
That's nuts. And, I'm in this other room going at it with them, and these guys just no knowledge on history, nothing. I try to explain to him that, when he calls himself a Palestinian, he's calling himself after what, a Roman emperor Hadrian named him. And I'm like, if you want to call yourself that, call yourself that. But I mean, that term comes from what we were called as a way to mock us from the Romans. But they don't buy it or believe any of that. So it's just crazy, man.
I'm glad you brought that up because, really, this animosity really started with Western Christianity efforts, right? To me, that built up this beef with Islam. It never was with Judea and Islam. It was Western Christianity and Islam. And it was never about the religion itself. It was about the organizations that assume these said religions insincerely to have power and control, which started hundreds and hundreds of years ago.
Look, the truth of the matter is, I mean, again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful when I say this, but, this Palestinian thought, or what do you want to label it as, identity is completely false. It's just made up. I was asking them in the room, please just give me your history. Give me a king, give me something so I can, I'm willing to look it up to see that it exists. But there is not. And the reason there is not is because there is no existence of it. And the truth is that the term just comes from our enemies who just wanted to bother us. So I kept telling them that, look, if that's what you want to call yourself, because the Romans knew that we would fight with the Philistines all the time, so they thought it was funny to, when they subjugated us, to just change Judea into Syro-Palestina.
They're making up fucking names and shit, yeah.
Shit. Yeah, so I'm like, if you want to go by that, then that's up to you. But to sit here and say that you have a history and an identity, okay, so I'm sitting here, I'm willing to listen. Give me the name of a king. Give me something that I can go off of. Nothing there, man. And then obviously they're gonna get all angry and it's just ridiculous. Again, man, the term Palestine is not mentioned once in the Quran. You would think that Palestine would be mentioned in the Quran if it's such a big significance to them, to these Muslims. It's not. I mean, but Israel is mentioned in the Quran many times. Many times.
People in the book, that's the whole Quran was talking about, yeah. But look, brother, let's say you're correct with that. But the truth is those people live there. They are there for I don't know how much amount of time, whether they want to call themselves Palestinians or not. They are from that area. They have been there for a decent amount of time. Right?
Yeah, I don't disagree there. Of course, when, the Jews were scattered to the four corners of the earth, some stayed, some didn't stay, most of them left. Yes, people came and occupied that region after that. That's not that's just happened. And I don't have any problem saying that. But to say that, well, we were there first and you took it over, that's just not the truth. And that's going to be their argument. The answer is, that it's God who decides who the land belongs to at the end of the day. I mean, if Allah says in the Quran, in the 5th chapter of the surah, that this land was ordained for the Israelites, and that means it's ordained to the Israelites. We don't decide. This little plot of land is decided by who God wants to give it to. So who's there first, who's not there first, the fact that other people dwelled there in the meantime, whatever it is, I respect that. That's fine. And they can be there if they want to be there. But to come and say that it's theirs and we should be out, that is where the problem lies. Because, if you want to look at your biblical sources, if you want to look at the books that you believe are divine, they say that land doesn't even belong to you. So at some point, you got to come with some common sense here. Which one is it? That's where I try and get at with these guys, but they don't. Obviously.
Well, brother, ultimately, the real truth is the motherfucker with the biggest dick owns the land. If I come through and whip your ass and take it from you, It is what it is. Because that's what Israel did. Israel came from Egypt, according to what we know in the Bible, beat everybody's ass and took over the shit.
And Danny, just even though we've given of our dicks upon our bris, upon our Brit Millock, we still have the biggest dicks in the land. And
I said stick.
Danny, I just want to correct you though on the statement you made. We didn't go through everyone and just beat the shit out of them. We respectfully asked for walkway. I mean, this is all in the book of
True.
Numbers.
And when they denied it, you beat their ass.
Yeah, no. And then there were some that said, "Screw you. We're gonna beat the shit out of you if you want to go through here." So I mean, if we're trying to get somewhere respectfully, we say, well, whatever you need to get this passage through, like, let's be friends, let's work it out. But okay, no, you're gonna come here. You know what? No, even you're thinking about it, we're gonna come and kill you. Like, yes, we're gonna fight back and do what we have to do. But that again, the point that I think that I'm trying to make is, the claim isn't, who was there first or not first. If they want to say Palestinians were there first, if we want to say Jews were there first, there were people there. Like, it's just, that's not the claim. There's a reason the Torah starts with Bereshit, Genesis, and in Genesis, the narrative story there. I mean, I don't know if you go by this. Muslims may reject it, even though they have their own, Genesis type of story. The whole purpose of that story there is to make everyone understand that God owns the land because he created it. So if God is the one who created it and he owns it, only God can decide who this area belongs to. Now, it's not that God gave this area to us because he liked us more. That's not the case, because he promised all the rest of the lands of the earth to the entire world and all other human beings. He just gave this little plot to this nation, and that was the covenant there. So, like, who's there first, not first, it's irrelevant to the point that if you believe in a creator and you follow the Quran, you follow the Torah, and the creator tells you that I created the land, so that means by default, if he's the owner of it, it's his. He can decide only who it belongs to. And it's not that he only gave that land to just, he gave the rest of the lands of the world to everyone else, which is a lot more. We got less, trust me. The Jews got less. The point that I'm trying to make is it's never, no matter what, any argument way you go, it's never going to stop. It's just never going to stop. It's that we don't want Jews in the land of Israel. That's it. Period. Even though I told them, well, there are 57 Muslim countries. Over 8 million square miles. Listen to what I'm telling you. 8 million square miles of Islamic land. You know how much square miles of Jewish land there is? Oh my God, you'd laugh. How can you be so selfish? We just want this little plot. Leave us alone. I mean, you can join us if you want and be here with us. We just want to live in peace. But no, they can't. They can't have that fact that we just have this little plot of land when they have 8 million square miles of land around the world, 57 Islamic countries. It's just, at some point, it's like, come on, common sense needs to apply. We're human beings. Forget the Jew, the Muslim, Christian narrative, whatever that is now. Just like, share a little bit.
Can I ask you a
common decency?
Couple legal questions about that. So listen, the indigenous claim to the land, I think, is really clear through the Torah and even the New Testament and even the Quran really says, right, and you've highlighted a few of those points. But Ben Shapiro had an interaction, I think at Yale, or I don't know, maybe it was fucking Columbia or Harvard or one of these Ivy League schools, where he went back and forth with someone and he talked about, and hi Hannah, how are you, my dear? Went back and forth and talked about, that the indigenous claim is probably our weakest claim to the land. And when we talk about the San Remo Conference and the Peel Commission and the partition plans and post-World War I and then World War II, fall of the Ottoman Empire, and then the division of the entirety of the Middle East, is that Israel, the Jewish people, have won this through conquest at the end of the day and have been recognized by the international community vis-a-vis the League of Nations in 1948. So from a legal standpoint, not only do we have this indigenous claim, but we also have other claims, which goes to the post-World War I and World War II division of the entirety of the Middle East, because nobody's questioning the legitimacy of Iraq or Syria or Lebanon or Jordan or Egypt or Iran, right? All of these countries created in the 1900s. So we're not talking about like ancient history that dates back to the Romans or that goes to even the days of Solomon, and David, to the kingdom of Israel. But we're talking about something much more modern. And I'm just wondering from a legal standpoint, how we can further bolster the claim of Israel in the land in which it sits today.
I think when I was saying earlier, I just said common decency would be my answer to this. When I just said, forget biblical sources now, forget the history. Virtually every single land has been conquered, reclaimed, whatever. Taken over, conquest, you name it. The point that I'm trying to make is, what is this? Where is this attitude coming from that Jews have to leave the land? They're not humans. They're subordinate to it. We cannot be there with them.
Can we try on the ethnos claim? Because even today is, the Jews shouldn't have, Israel shouldn't be an ethno state. Why should there be a just for the Jews?
Your phone keeps cutting out. I can't hear you.
Sorry. Why should Israel just have why should Israel be a state just for the Jews? Why is it an ethno state? An ethno state is not legitimate, is what I heard today from somebody.
If it's not legitimate, then why do they want it all for them and not for us? They don't want to share the land. When you say from the river to the sea, you're basically saying, kill the Jews, get them out of here. When you're saying Antifada, you're saying Antifada revolution, you're going to kill the Jews, get them out of here. Their claim isn't that we want to share the land. Have you said that? Have you heard that from them?
I hear.
Last I checked, there's over 2 million what so-called Arab Palestinians in Israel right now, currently. Yeah. So we are the ones sharing the land, but they don't want us there. Last I checked, the Dome of the Rock is next to the Western Wall. We don't remove that. Yet it hasn't been removed. So the point is, any way you go about it with them, it's just they hate Jews. It's just a way to find. It's not Zionism. It's not Israel. It's just they want to put out the Jews. That's really bottom line what it comes down to. You give them the history doesn't work. You give them biblical story, it doesn't work. We talk about recent 1900s, okay, how about we just share? Let's let common decency. Human beings, we're human beings. We should take care of each other. They don't care. They just don't like the Jews. That is it. And Zionism in Israel is a way to filter how much they actually hate us. It's the craziest thing when I think about it. I was just in a room. No matter what I say, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The Jews have to be out. It's wrong. I don't know what more to say, but the only way that I would tackle that, 19th century question that you did, it's just common decency, man. 19th century, what is it? There's, we have all this land in the world. 57 of them claim that they're they're Islamic territories. They are ruled by Islam.
I was take on it. My esquire, my attorney here, which it's so strange, to be fair, that they only focus on Israel. They never focus on whatever. Wasn't
that's exactly. I'm sorry to cut you off here. That's exactly my point. It is a cover-up. It is a filter. It is a cover-up. What I'm trying to say is there are so many other things in the world going on with other people taking over people's land and killing people and going all the things. But it's Israel that needs it. It's the Jews that need to go out. So that's what I'm trying to say. It has nothing to do with who the land belongs to. It has nothing to do with who was there first. It has nothing to do with any of this. It just, we don't like the Jews. And we're using this as a way to basically show that, because we can't do it in another way because it's more frowned upon. It's just like a cover up, is what I'm saying. Because no matter what way you put it,
but brother, like,
share the land.
You're saying this, but Israel they are the one with the power that's whipping everybody's ass. So how is Israel getting kicked out? Like,
So here, 1 second. So in all reality, yes, I agree with you. Israel has the power, and thank God for that, or else we would be annihilated. But look at what Israel's capabilities are. If they wanted to, they can literally go into all the countries in its border and take it over. And I think it'd take less than a week's time to do that. If they wanted to, they have a button that they can press and just drop bombs and just annihilate all our enemies. And they don't do that. That's power. Yes, I agree. True power. What Israel wants is just to dwell securely and just be in peace. You just hear, admitted.
But I feel like what you just said they could do is a work in progress, and they will end up doing that. To be honest with you.
So what do you think?
So you're being a little bit naive with this shit, yeah.
So Tom, what do you think Israel is going to do? Because again, this war could be over in one day. I just explained to you how Israel can annihilate that entire area with its capabilities in one day, but they choose not to do that. They choose not to do that. They're choosing to try and work it out. They're choosing to send their troops who are getting killed to try and find a way. They're choosing to put pamphlets out, cell phone calls, dropping letters from the sky to warn people. But in reality, they can end it. Really, this is the truth. But they're not.
What do you mean by end it? Like just send a big ass bomb and what do you mean by it?
Well, yeah. Okay, so do you remember when Japan attacked America? What happened?
Yes, you're talking about a nuclear explosive. Like this is that's why I asked you that question.
Okay,
when you have radiation, so it's not productive to do that. You really want to get these motherfuckers out of there and be able to take over the land without radiation. Right?
Israel has other bombs besides nukes that can do a lot of damage. Okay, the areas that we're talking about are not so large. The point that I'm trying to say is, look at what I'm saying right now. Japan attacked the U.S. The U.S. responded with a nuclear bomb. Japan surrendered. It was done. Over. Hamas attacked us on October 7th. But I can bring up many more examples before October 2nd. Okay? Israel didn't want this. Israel can for sure end it in a day if it wanted to, but it doesn't. That there just has to show you that we're who we are. They don't, we don't want the death of Palestinians. We embrace life, whether you're a Jew or a non-Jew. We want life. Doesn't matter what color you are, what religion you are, we want life. So, it's ridiculous that they don't realize this. So when they're screaming genocide, 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 yes, Israel is a power. It has that capability, but they're not doing it. They're not. And I promise you, if they wanted to, it could be done very quickly.
It's about choices, I think, is the point. If we had chosen to commit a genocide, we had the ability to do that. And what we need to make sure is that we keep that the way it is, because our enemies, they want to do a genocide against Israel and have attempted it, but they have not had the ability to complete it, which is, I think, very, good, and we need to make sure that that's continues to be the case, and why we cannot allow Iran to ultimately achieve the weaponization of a nuclear weapon. Now, the ability for Israel to conduct a genocide in the couple of maybe 100 or 200 square miles of Gaza, it's very small, I don't know the exact square mileage of it, doesn't take a nuclear bomb. You know, you could literally, go through there and carpet bomb it, as Israel's been accused of. But if we were to have carpet bombed a population of 2.1 million, there would be a lot more than 40,000-ish, 45,000 casualties in that area. So that being said, it's really a big contrast that Israel has the ability to conduct a genocide and chooses not to because of our values, and that our enemies want or desire to commit a genocide against Israel but lack the ability.
Exactly. Gabriel, imagine if Hamas had the capabilities that Israel has. Imagine what would happen to the Jews in Israel.
It would be a dark day. And even look at, I mean, do you think that 400 plus projectiles of ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones was quote unquote targeted on Israel? Or was that blanket, like a carpet bombing sort of a campaign, from on? So this is, one of those things that we really have to kind of balance that on. And when we think about really the bigger picture here, about what's going to happen moving forward and where are we at today, what led us to this point, what, our paths forward might be, I think it's important for us to really take stock in that. And the title of the room, by the way, about making Gaza great again, Trump specifically today said that the solution is to have the Gazans move to Egypt and Jordan, which makes sense, because then, like in all other major wars that we've seen around this world, they are allowed to flee a war zone and we can fight the enemy. We don't have to worry about the quote-unquote innocent civilians, because we will have given them refuge. And then we can clean out Gaza, and then hopefully we can rebuild it and make Hiroshima.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
What's up, Ariel? How are you, my friend? It's been a while.
Both Hashem, bro. I'm chilling.
Good to hear, good to hear. Hey, did you hear Trump's
go ahead.
Comments today about Gaza and the Gaza?
Hear from who?
Trump. Trump made a comment in response to a reporter today and said that he wants Egypt and Jordan to absorb 1.5 million Gazans.
I don't think Egypt and Jordan are willing to do that, because Egypt and Jordan know what's going to happen when they do that. They're going to have civil unrest, because Palestinians are an anomaly, because in the Arab world you're either super rich or super poor, and they're middle class. And people are not going to know how to deal with that middle class, with the new school middle class era. There's going to be problems.
It's going to be problems. An knee-jerk reaction when you said to me, to be fair, Ariel, they won't do it. They just won't do it, right? They just won't. They just won't.
It's not gonna happen.
I mean, I think it's well known, right?
They refuse. By the way,
I'm sorry, Hannah. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm sorry. I said Egypt refused for it.
Right. Well, that's just today, right? Anyway, they've refused in the past, and in fact, shortly after October 7th, they said even one displaced Gazan comes to Egypt, it's a declaration of war against Israel. That being said, we have new leadership in the United States. So all those things are out. Egypt and Jordan caused and or contributed to, if you want to go on the rules of negligence, or like in a car accident, for example, one party is found responsible for it, the other party is considered not at fault, or sometimes they might share fault, so depending how you want to look at it, Egypt and Jordan either are completely at fault for the problems that we see in Judea and Samaria and Gaza, or at least at a very, very bare minimum, partially responsible, 50-50 with Israel. That being said, they have to be part of the solution. If they aren't going to be part of the solution, that makes them part of the problem. And since they are number I believe 3 and 4 on the list of U.S. foreign aid, and that without Israel's security and the United States backing, both the governments of Egypt and Jordan fall. All right, Jordan is like 70 or 80% quote unquote Palestinian already. That is the second Palestinian state, you know, so that's part of it. Gaza was part of Egypt, and those people living there belong to Egypt. So that being said, with a new leader in the White House in America, and that these two countries are so dependent on both the U.S. and Israel for their existence, I think now is the time to make Gaza great again by taking displaced, really war-torn people that are living in rubble an opportunity to be rehomed back to their indigenous homelands of Jordan and Egypt. I think is a good idea.
Hey, look, I understand what you're saying, but like that's what opens up an opportunity for China.
And then Major, I don't understand you. You're breaking up. You're in the Major.
Can you hear me clearly now?
No, not at all. It's terrible, actually. But Ariel, are you still there? Did we lose you, Ariel?
No, I'm still here.
Like, if you think that pressure from the U.S. and from Israel, like, I mean, just think about it. For Jordan, for example, if Israel wasn't providing them water, they would be fucked.
Yeah.
Okay, they would fucked. Okay, the U.S. okay is with Israel. Period. Okay, Jordan and Egypt are secondary. If Jordan wants to continue to exist with the Hashemite kingdom, okay, with King Husseini, then he should be part of the fucking solution. You know what I mean? And if he's not going to be part of the solution, then we need to play hardball with him. Then he's an enemy. Okay?
There's a fine balance in that, right?
Fair, there's a balance. But Egypt allowed October 7th to happen. Egypt allowed the smuggling tunnels. Egypt is complicit in October 7th. Okay? And are about to be taken over by Muslim Brotherhood. Okay, so if they want to be part of the solution, then they should get in line and figure out a way to deal with the Palestinians. Because nobody said shit when, at Black September, when the Jordanian kingdom fucking massacred 30,000 Palestinians. No one said shit. Okay? Arabs can handle Arabs. The only time anybody has a problem with dead Arabs is if Jewish people are involved. Okay, so let the Arabs handle the Arabs.
Well, brother, I want to ask you earlier, and it might be offensive, but do you think fucking did you think he knew about that attack before it happened? The 7th?
No, absolutely not.
Because it could possibly work for his benefit. Like, that's an excuse for us to fucking just go and fucking annihilate these people.
No, man.
I think the whole
it's just a thought. I don't want you to be upset with me, but it's just...
Okay, no, it's a conspiracy that was brought up by our enemies because to hide and belittle how disgraceful the acts were. The fact is, Hamas planned for this. The fact is, they chose a date that was a very big holiday for our nation when we're in temple praying. The fact is, they've done this before on dates that are holy for us. Now, did Israel maybe drop the ball a little bit? You could say that, but to assert that our prime minister wanted this or was behind it is just something that I'm not calling you this, I'm just saying anti-Semites do to try and, again, divert from how bad and disgraceful it was. Netanyahu doesn't want to see his people die, okay? That's not who he is. You're talking about someone that has tried to make deals Okay, many times you're talking to a nation that has literally given up land back. 20 years ago, the Oslo Accords, where we gave up the Sinai. Not where we gave up the West Bank. And it was a big area for us because that has to do with protection for our people. Knowingly, we gave up for peace. We gave up this area so we thought we can have some peace, and we knew giving this area up can be dangerous for us because it's a buffer zone that can protect our people. But you know what? We said for peace, if they're willing to not fight us anymore, we'll do it.
Well, the only reason I allowed myself to entertain that thought was because it didn't make sense for him. Motherfucker, you know you're gonna get destroyed if you do that. So why the fuck did you do that on the 7th?
Because they don't care. And the main reason why they chose that date, and this is from the Know Thy Enemy report from a woman named Sarah Adams, is because that was the day that the United States government, in the war on terror, which started in 2001, that was one of the days that there was heavy bombings within Afghanistan that came directly from the Bush administration. So this was supposed to be the get back for the international Islamic community, which is why they chose that day.
It's also,
and also when people say, "Oh, you guys knew about what was going to happen and you still let it happen," psychologically, that's because we Jews, we represent God to a lot of people. So people think that our secular government is an embodiment, and this sounds super far-fetched, but this is the truth. People think that our secular government is an embodiment of God's law or God's will. So people look at people like Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Gvir almost like these demigods. So everybody said, "Oh, Israel is perfect. Israel can never be harmed. Israel does no wrong." And we've never said that. So when something like October 7th happens, they literally catch us with our pants down. That's when people bring about the question or the notion of, "Oh, you all either did this to yourself or you let it happen." I mean, a lot of people, have the same argument when it comes to 9/11. When it comes to, a lot of people have that argument. I'm not saying that she said this. I'm just saying it's part of the thought process. A lot of people have this thought process also when it comes to the Shoah, which is why they say, "Oh, well, they were Jews that were part of the Reich," and we're like, for real? And that's because there's this overarching theme of anything bad that happens to you, it's because you allowed it to happen.
I want to bring up, prior to us getting these hostages, in the last day or so, the deal prior to that, just so it maybe can give an idea on who we are versus who they are. And when I say they, I'm not saying every single Palestinian. I'm saying Hamas and the ones that sympathize with them. We, in the hostage deals prior to this one, wanted a baby back by the name of Kafir Bibas. We're talking about a baby, 1-year-old baby, okay, who was taken on October 7th. Listen to what I'm saying to you again. He's a redhead Jewish baby that was taken on October 7th. We exchanged him for this man named Mohammed Abu Wardah, who's responsible for the 1996 Kiryat Menachem bombing, who killed 44 people. Look at what we're giving back to just get a baby. That's just one. I mean, if you want me to continue going, a young boy, 6-year-old, I believe Ariel has the same name as you, Ariel Bibas. We exchanged him for a man named Nassim Zaatari, who led the 2003 bus bombing in Jerusalem, murdering 23 Jews, 7 who were children. So to say that Israel here is invincible, I mean, we're clearly not. We do drop the ball sometimes, but look at what's going on here. The world, it seems to be blind. a man named Shlomo Mazur were exchanging. That's an elderly man. I think he's like 70 years old. We're trying to get him back. We exchanged a man, an Israeli prisoner by the name of Zacharias Dubeidi, who murdered 6 Jews and injured, I think, 20 during a terrorist attack. We're talking about innocent civilians that we're trying to just get back, and we're giving up criminals who have murdered people to get to get just some Jews back here. It's ridiculous.
Well, look, the United States just did that for a lesbian basketball player with Russia.
I can't hear you. What?
I said the United States just did that for a lesbian basketball player with Russia.
I can't. Your voice is low. I can't. I heard you say United States just did that, and I can't hear.
For a female basketball player with Russia.
Okay. So now, what is your point by saying that?
What I'm saying, like, people do that.
No, I know. I have no. Listen, look. I have no problem. The point that I'm trying to make by bringing up this example is that we're trying to bring back just normal, ordinary, innocent civilians, a 1-year-old baby, back into our land or our territory, and we're giving up a guy who's murdered, 30 of our people just for being Jews. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Now, when I'm bringing up this point, I'm trying to say that it's a bit ridiculous. When you say people do that, people do that. Yes, we have to do that in order to save our 1-year-old baby. Yes, we have to give up a man who legit bombed a ton of Jews in order to get back a 1-year-old baby. That's how much we appreciate life. And it sucks because I feel bad for the families of the countless Jews that lost their loved ones in these bombings, who don't want this man to be freed and want him to be in prison forever. But we value life so much that we accept it, and we do what we need to get our people back.
I think it's very odd how a majority of Americans are so concerned about what's happening over here, but in results of what's happening over here, there's not really that much outcry about the radicalization of just like regular Americans. Because I've heard on this app several times people saying how much they support Hamas, how Hamas is such a good thing, and a lot of them aren't even entertaining, I wouldn't say entertaining the notion, but paying attention to the rhythms and the patterns. One of those patterns being radicalization of regular average Americans who support terror. I was.
What's wrong with supporting
paying
Hamas?
Attention. I beg your pardon?
What's wrong with supporting Hamas?
Well, number one, Hamas is anti-American. Hamas is anti-West. And anybody who's not Hamas is a target for them. I mean, so unless, you decide that you would like to become a Muslim, and when I say Muslim, I don't mean just a regular Muslim. I mean Hamas's definition of what a Muslim is, and that you're ready to pick up a gun, you got a target on your back.
And one second, Ari, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I did have to respond. Al, do you mean that as a literal question, or was that like?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So here, I'll make it easy for you. Hold on one second.
I just want to land the point here, because we also see this radicalization happening with African Americans specifically, and we've seen it develop over the year. We've all been or seen, because I'm in Israel, I'm not America. We've all seen at these pro-Palestinian rallies all of the copies of Mein Kampf that are being waved around, Nazi salutes, and then people are going to say, "Oh, Elon Musk went on stage and did a Nazi salute." I'm like, bro, you can tell the difference because we've been seeing it for like the past year and some change from regular, everyday people, and the shit is just wild. And I think that people are not paying attention to that on purpose because they ignorantly enjoy what's happening in this region. But it's all fun and games until it starts to come to America. I mean, it's already there, but it's just really weird to me.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think Hamas is standing up for their people, and their people appreciate that.
Okay, so here, Hamas, I want to respond to you. Okay.
Well, you've been talking like a whole lot.
It seems. No, look, it seems. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful when I say this, so take it the wrong way. That you're a little bit uneducated on who Hamas is and what Hamas stands for. So this is why I said let me intercede here. Mm-hmm. All you got to do is pull up their charter and read it, and then tell me if you want to support that. If you do, then that's up to you. If you believe that all of us should be, all the Jews should be killed, because that's what it verbatim says in their charter. You pull it up.
It does not say that. That's right.
Watch the address from.
I'm telling you, it does.
Okay, so there's an Arab up here.
When you watch the address from Abu Obadiah, he literally talks about how all of the Jews not need to be, but will be eradicated. And the leader of Islamic Jihad and Lion's Den, they both came out with videos that support the sentiment that Hamas is saying that all the Jews need to be destroyed. Everybody's in agreement with that. They're just trying to figure out how they're going to kill it.
Ariel, I don't mean to cut you off, but I have to really educate this guy, because we just had an Arab. We had an Arab up here who literally said, "I'm an Arab," and I know that Hamas says that in their charter, which is so. Can you name me any Hamas official? Any? Okay, so give me one.
I can name you plenty Hamas officials.
Okay, just name me one. Okay, so the fact that you couldn't
the main one. If you want me to name the ones you guys killed, or you want me to name the ones that's current?
No, I just want you to name an official.
Yahya Sinwar.
Okay. Can you please tell me what Yahya Sinwar has preached about? I mean, if you know him so well.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, actually,
what would Yahya Sinwar do with all the briefcases of billions that he got? What do you do with that?
Oh, from Netanyahu? Oh, got you.
That came from all around the world.
Yeah, because Israel was funding Hamas. Yeah, I got you. I understand.
No, because everyone wanted, you don't understand the financial system. In order for money to come in through humanitarian aid from around the world, Netanyahu has to approve it. So if Saudi wants to send them money, if Qatar wants to send them money, if any humanitarian aid around the world wants to send Gaza money, it's got to go through Israel. And Netanyahu did all that so he could, just kind of pay. Give them their money. They won't do it. Leave them alone.
So Rabbi, it's
funny to me. One second, I have to. This is
you guys don't obviously want to ask.
It's very clear.
Go ahead.
No, but it's very clear to me that you don't know officials of Hamas, because all you're doing is bringing up literally the head official Yahya Sinwar. Like if someone who knew Hamas would bring up Ismail Haniyeh, would bring up Hamad al-Rajab, will bring up Saleh.
You don't even
I forgot how to pronounce his name. Al-Rui, I believe. These guys. It's because they have crazy pronunciations. I'm giving you names off the top of my head.
Hey, Al, you want to know why?
Actually, no, I don't care to hear from you, dude. Actually, at all.
All right, okay, bro. No problem, bro. Have a great night.
Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
1 second. Ravi, I appreciate you 100%, so don't take me just speaking right now with disrespect.
No. I'm not going to stage. No problem. I'm not going to be a Hamas guy about it.
No, I want to think when I ask someone like Hamas officials, I'm not talking about the main head that everybody knows that it's kind of strange to me that
you didn't even know the name yourself, dude.
No, my man, I'm giving you names off the top of my head who these are officials who openly have said that we pray for the annihilation of the Jews.
I got you. You mean like Ben Gvir or
I'm talking
everybody. Or you want to start naming Israeli politicians to say the same?
Everybody was a Jew.
Okay. Let's talk about the butcher from Khan Yunis, okay? Tell us about it.
Like, guys, Lloyd, why do you guys have this such hypocrisy? I don't get it. So when you guys do
bro, you make no points. You're just talking from your feelings.
Look at
I want to hear the hypocrisy. I want to hear the hypocrisy. Go ahead.
Come on, man. Come on.
Look at the black guy. How
come with the argument, man. That's all I'm saying. Come with the argument.
We got that's it. How comfortable is it being under the nuts of a white man? How comfortable is it?
Okay, no, wait.
It's real comfortable, Rabbi.
Al.
Nuts of the white man in what aspect? Could you be more specific?
Look at you. You look like you look comfortable under the nuts of a white man. Anyway, go ahead, guys. What were you saying, dude?
And you look like when you take your
Ariel, don't make me get back on the same. Ariel, I've already embarrassed you on this too many times.
Al, 1 second.
No, go ahead. So, were you at the table when Biden had the fried chicken out or not?
Okay, we got you. We know you don't like black people. We got it. Anyway, go ahead, guys.
Okay, Al, I have a question. Do you believe...
We know you don't like your own people. That's why.
1 second, Robbie, 1 second. I want to know something. Do you believe October 7th was something that should be done?
I don't believe in the deaths of any innocent people. So, to answer your question on that, anybody, I don't care who it is, that target innocent civilians deserve to have justice served to them. Anybody.
So 1 second.
How do you define innocent?
No, wait, you guys, please, let me just...
Just let God sorry. Man. He's a grown man.
Give me a second. Let me just...
All right, lawyer.
All right. Sorry, guys. I'm going to make this quick because I got to go. I got to go anyways, but this is for the sake of just trying to think. So, I agree with you 100% with what you said. Anyone who does that, it should not be done. Nobody should kill anyone else.
Hamas are a rock band.
1 second, please. Unless the context applies. So again, the context of October 7th, it was unprovoked. I mean, we didn't do anything. It was our holiday. It was Simchat Torah. We were just praying. You know, unfortunately, these people weren't praying. They were partying. It happened to them. Still shouldn't happen to anyone. The reason I brought that up, though, is that, you know, Ghazi Ahmad, who's one of, you know, a big Hamas member, he's vowed to repeat it over and over and over again until Israel is annihilated. I mean, so do you agree with that Hamas official? Do you agree with Ghazi Ahmad that says that we will do October 7th over and over again? So I'll make this more detailed. We will kill babies, kill women, rape, stick them in microwaves, ovens, until Israel is annihilated. Do you agree with that?
Okay, so first off, you know what's interesting, right?
I'll just answer if you agree with it.
Yeah, bro, is this entire dialogue going to be a yes or no? Because I don't want to keep...
No. I just want to know who you are as a person. Do you agree?
I already disagree with killing innocent people. All right, I got you.
So now, do you believe...
If some man, I already know who you're talking about because I actually read the actual statement. He didn't say what you just said. He said, but here's what I'll agree.
So what did he say?
Let me answer the question. I got you. Here's what I would say. I do not agree with him in terms of committing October 7th anytime, not even one time. So I don't agree with the man. Is that fair enough for you guys, Lloyd?
Perfect.
Because I don't even think
I would hope, because again, as a Jew and a Zionist up here, I would say that I would never want anyone, Palestinian, I don't care what you are.
Right. Now, is that what else? You said you want to know who you're dealing with. Now, is there any other moral question you want to ask me?
So yeah, you mentioned how nobody innocent should die, right? Like nobody innocent should die. Innocent civilians shouldn't die. So I'm assuming that you're pointing a little bit to what is going on with Israel going and doing what they need to do, right?
I was actually only referring to October 7th when I said that, but we could definitely go there because Israel absolutely has done far worse than Hamas has ever done.
Okay.
Hey, Al, I just got a quick question. I don't want to occupy the stage.
Oh, my gosh. I don't care. You're a cuck, man. Why do I care about the questions of a cuck, man?
Real quick, man. I'm trying to educate you a little bit.
Oh, my gosh, man.
Al, read on.
He's a real Jew and I can have a conversation. You're just a cuck. I don't care about your opinion.
I'm not even Jewish, Al.
Let's remain respectful.
What does that have to do with you being a cuck? You're a cuck.
Okay, let's remain.
You are.
I got a question.
Dude,
I know. Listen, Al, you seem like a smart guy.
Let me engage God's lawyer, because you're just going to engage in cucking.
Okay, but real quick, it's a real quick question, right? Real quick. I know the pro-Hamas, fuck Jews, fuck Israel thing is popular, right? But have you tried Bisley or Bamba before? Have you ever tried Subganiot? Have you ever tried these things? You wouldn't hate the Jews so much. I'm telling you. I thought I hated them too. Then I tried their food.
You're going what? The fact that he's using his cell phone that was created by a Jew. If he gets into his car every day, that was created by a Jew.
Oh, yeah, you gotta boycott the cell phone now.
Forget the Sufganiot stuff. Like everything in his everyday life that he uses, and I don't even know if he's aware of it.
Hey, we're not even gonna talk about propulsion technology and get into the moon.
If he's texting people created by a Jew, if he's going on his computer, all the technology in your computer was created by a Jew.
You need to credit a black woman.
No.
We always credit our black Americans. We always credit our black Americans.
Anyways, I don't want to divert from the topic.
You erase the inventions and stuff of black people like you just did. Why
don't mind Hamas? Bisley or Bamba? The real question.
We're wasting.
Hey, guys, lawyer, why did you just do that?
Okay, so Alan, 1 second.
No, could you answer my question?
I don't want to divert. I'm not. All this is public knowledge. If you don't believe me,
Google Shirley Ann Jackson.
And what did Shirley Ann Jackson do? I'm willing to listen.
Google Shirley Ann.
I'm willing to listen to you. Tell me what did Shirley Ann Jackson do that I mentioned?
Yeah. So she's responsible for the solar cells, fiber optic cables, touch tone telephone, all of that stuff that's even responsible goes into every single phone that you've ever used.
Okay.
No cell phone could have been big.
Okay, so 1 second. Wait. Let's backtrack a bit. So she's responsible.
I just told you. Google her name, Shirley Ann Jackson.
Okay. For cell phones to work.
Bruh, are you have hard comprehending?
I'm listening to you. Is that what you said?
You're not listening. I'll tell you again. So she is literally responsible for portable fax, touch-tone telephones, solar cells, and fiber optic cables, caller ID, all of that. Shirley Ann Jackson did it.
Yes, so she is responsible for enhancing technology that was created by Martin Cooper, who was a Jew.
I know who Martin Cooper is. So first of all, this is the funny thing about what you guys do, right? You literally just erased the inventions of black.
Nobody erased anything.
Just so you can do your imaginary thing.
No. If she did that, then that's great. But the point is, if you're telling me that she made added additions to technology that our nation has created.
Do you know why they credit Mark? Why did they even credit him of being the first person to invent it? Well, why did they credit him that?
Okay, can we?
I think he's just referencing the man who she studied.
He's a grown man. Let the man talk for himself.
It's irrelevant. Listen, it's irrelevant. First of all, Martin, it's not debated that Martin Cooper invented the cell phone. Okay.
Did you even hear what my question was, guys?
Yeah. Yes, I did hear it. So now let me answer. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I was just joking around to respond to what Robbie said. I don't want to get diverted from the topic. I want to go back to you saying that Israel is killing innocent people, right? You made that statement. Correct?
They've killed a lot of innocent people.
Okay, perfect. And it's
lawyer, I have a question.
I just want to go and I want to finish with this. I want to finish with this.
It's called war, Al.
Yeah, okay, it's war. So now, I want to ask something. Al, do you have a family? Al, do you have a wife and kids?
I do. Yeah.
Okay, if someone came and kidnapped your child and raped your wife, what are you gonna do? And let's say, okay, so wait, let me just do. I'm gonna.
Question, dude.
Al, 1 second. Wait. Correct about it, Al.
Let me. 1 second. Wait. If someone kidnapped your kid, took them to another land, away from your house, okay, and raped your wife, and then killed her, what are you gonna do? Your kid is alive. Your wife is dead now. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna sit at home? What are you going to do? I just want to know what your response is to that question. Your child is in another land. What are you going to do?
Very easy, guys, lawyer. You get the individual that did it. You don't kill their
Okay,
family.
so perfect. Good answer. Good answer. So 1 second. Wait, you guys, 1 second. So now explain to me now that a terrorist organization has raped your wife and killed her, and then
most of the world doesn't even consider Hamas a terrorist.
Oh, that's not true. Let me stop it. We're not changing the subject.
No.
I want to hear. No problem. I want to hear how you're going to do this, because apparently you have some capabilities that countries don't even have. So your child is being held by an organization. You don't think they're a terrorist organization? Fine. By an organization in another land. They just raped your wife and they killed her, and now you got to go get back your kid. And you said go back. You're just gonna go back and get your kid. Explain to me how you're gonna get back your kid.
Let me ask you a better question.
No. I don't want to. I don't want you to ask me a question. I want you to explain. Because let me tell you something, my man. I have a kid.
I'm trying to answer your question.
No, wait. Because you're not. Al, you're not being honest here. You just said I'm gonna go and get my kid.
No, hold on, Al. What's your favorite flavor of cookie?
Hold on, guys.
Al, what's your favorite flavor of cookie?
All right, hold on. Time out a second. I think it's important that we tackle this one point, because most of the world, quote unquote, most of the world, who the fuck is that when the United States, not to mention the EU and United Kingdom, constitute Hamas as a terrorist organization? Now, who is most of the world that doesn't see Hamas?
I got you. I see you guys aren't even educated on the topic that you guys talk about. So there's like 33 countries consider Hamas terrorist organizations. The rest of them don't. So the vast majority of the countries of the UN don't even consider Hamas. You don't know this, Jimmy? How?
57 of them are Muslim countries.
33 that do.
57 of them are Muslim countries. So of course, many of them that are biased.
Muslims?
No, that are biased. I'm not saying all. Actually, many Muslim countries have declared Hamas a terrorist organization. The point is the fact is it doesn't. If one nation.
Why don't you know this information?
1 second, stop. If you just admitted that there are 33 countries that have classified Hamas as a terrorist organization, but by the way, I want to know something. Is the country that you live in classify them as a terrorist organization?
Like the United States?
Yeah, obviously I live in the U.S.
Yeah, okay. So
you can't tell I'm a black American dude?
Okay, but 1 second, I don't want to be diverted.
Are you an American now?
Wait, I don't want to be diverted. Al, what would you do to get, I want to know your miraculous powers. It seems like you can perform miracles. So how would you go get your child back that's in a foreign land held by an organization? Please explain.
Are you MAGA, Al? Are you MAGA?
Yo, just
because I'm MAGA.
Robbie, I want to know. Robbie, I want to really know how he can do this, because apparently he has capabilities. He has capabilities that like some countries.
Right, MAGA, Al.
So here, Al, let me tell you something. I'll make it very clear. I don't give a damn.
Are we brothers now?
If someone, 1 second, Robbie, 1 second. If someone rapes my wife and kidnaps my child, I will turn a world upside fucking down to get my kid back. Listen to what I'm telling you again, my man. I don't give a fuck what I have to do, excuse my language. I will do it. So when you sit here and say that Israel is, doing things, look, it's unfortunate. Casualties happen during war. But if my baby child was taken by random barbarians, I will fuck shit up. And I don't give a fuck who even comes my way. So get your morals right. Now, go to your child tonight and tell them, hey, by the way, if you get kidnapped, I'm not going to turn a world over to get you back. I'm just going to sit back and let you get kidnapped. I want to see what your child is going to respond back to you. Okay? So stop with the bullshit. Stop with the nonsense. Stop pretending. okay? Because you and I both know that if someone kidnaps your child, nobody's going to stand in your way. No one innocent's going to stand in your way. You're going to do whatever you can to get your child back. So stop lying to yourself. And that is exactly what Israel is doing. The children of Israel have been kidnapped. They are going to a foreign land to get their children back. Anyone gets in their way, they will break through buildings to get their children back. If people have to die, then it's unfortunate. We don't want people to die, but it happens. So now you have a choice here. Are you going to admit to that? Or are you going to go to your kid that you say you have, and you're going to look your kid in the eye and say, if you got kidnapped, I'm not going to do shit to get you back. I'm gonna maybe try and negotiate to get you back. But if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. So
yeah, but I'm not gonna kill innocent people.
I want to listen to you now.
Easy. I'm not gonna kill innocent people, bro. It's not hard.
According to who? Who said?
Yeah. It's not hard, God's lawyer.
Listen. Okay. So explain to me for the 100th time how you're going to get your child back.
You don't be quiet, man. What do you mean?
So, okay, I'm going to go on mute. Your kid is in a foreign land. Explain to me how you're going to get him back.
Special Forces.
And are you MAGA, Al? Please let us know.
Yeah, Special Forces unit. You know, there's plenty of military experts that have already talked about this. They said the way that they should go about it is doing how they are doing terrorist organizations now, which they use Special Forces units. That's how they go after terrorists most of the time, specifically right now. And so there's plenty of people. Jocko Willink
How do
is
they
one
do
of them.
it, Al?
I just told you. I don't need to be specific because you know.
No, I want to know how.
No.
What do they do?
One for just a quick second. I want to say how to.
Hey, I'm in a great mood. This asshole can't ruin it.
Yeah,
55. I mean, we just crushed today. I'm so excited. So I just want to start with that. It was a beautiful game. But when people talk...
Oh, Eagles!
Eagles, right. By the way, Eagles are owned by very pro-Israel owners. Just wanted to...
my best friend's nephew's on the Eagles.
Yeah, they love Israel. They do all kinds of pro-Israel stuff. The team loves it, the owners love it, and the city of Philly loves it. So, but I want to ask them, first of all, can this dude even define what a terrorist is?
Sorry to interrupt. Hamas, according to Al, Hamas sells cookies in front of grocery stores in Gaza.
Ask Al, the rocket scientist, to define what a terrorist is. See if he can do it.
Why do you guys ask such silly questions?
No, it's not silly question.
I gotta go. I gotta go.
What a human is?
No, what's a terrorist? Hey, Al, what fucking country do you live in? You got a law in that country that defines it. Al, don't interrupt the woman.
You hear me all who I gotta go.
I take these dumbass questions back to where
Al, it's not a Al. Listen, I'm gonna leave you with this.
I'm gonna co-counsel with you, God's lawyer. And ask this idiot if he even knows how to define. No, you got a law. You live in the U.S. You got a law that defines terrorism. Tell me what the law says.
No, I don't care. I don't care to answer
in your country.
So yeah,
come on,
I don't care to answer.
Come on, Bozo.
I am in shock. You guys, hear me out. I want to say one thing before I go, and I appreciate you having me up again as always. I am in shock that we have a father and a husband on here that is literally saying what he's saying. Al, I am in shock.
What did I say? Tell me what I said.
You said
I am in shock. I am in utter shock. Like, it's like ridiculous to me. Dude, you need to really get your morals and your ethics checked. Again, if you're going to sit here and tell me that you're not going to turn the world around once your kid gets kidnapped into another land, then you are messed in the head. Because last I checked, I think any father, anyone, if their children gets kidnapped, nothing is going to stand in their way. They're going to do what they have to get their kid back. So if you're telling me you're not going to do that, then you really need to go to your son and be like, I don't love you. I don't care about you. You're because it seems like you're confused.
Oh, okay.
So my question.
Anyways, I gotta go. I'll end it up with that. I'm going to the audience.
So
have a good night.
Al, my question to you as an avid porter, as an avid American supporter of Hamas, is internationally, what good have they brought the region? And also, what hopes do you bring that they bring domestically to America? Those are my two questions to you.
I don't personally care about Hamas myself, so I don't know why you asked me that question. But
because you said that you support.
You guys love asking questions, and then you guys just speak over the person. What's the point of asking me a question, dude?
Okay, because you said that you hold on, Rabbi, hold on, please, because you said that you support them.
No, I said what's wrong when you ask the question. That's all I said.
No, I understand that, sir. But I was listening to you earlier. You said that you support them. So my question is...
I said what's wrong with it, and then you started crying.
Nobody's crying.
Yeah, you did. You and God's lawyer, you began crying.
No, man, that's all you said. I'm going to come back on regular one last time. You said clearly that Israel is killing innocent people.
I did say that, yes.
Okay,
lawyer,
so that's the point.
Because I told you earlier, Al, I said, well, if there's nothing wrong with them, then you're overlooking the simple fact that if you do not agree with the way that they're saying that you should be Muslim, if you do not agree that this region of the world should be ran how they said that it should be ran, that means you're an enemy to them. That means that you can't support them.
Eric, you don't know what you're talking about. You're just talking, dude. I don't even know why you come in these stages, dude. Why do you come in these stages?
Because
no one cares about your opinions, dude.
So,
Ariel, no one cares. Ariel, we don't care.
So actually, what's important, Ariel,
we don't care.
Ariel, I'm going to put this in the chat. It's how to report from the United States that support Hamas. I'm going to put the FBI form because this dude is like prime for it.
He's not serious.
I'm gonna tell you what. This is the issue.
He's probably trolling. These white
Karens.
Just put the ICE form in the chat.
Here's the issue.
Oh, I'm gonna report.
Thank you so much for that. But see, here's the issue.
What the fuck?
These are the same.
He's trolling. I don't think he's serious.
These are the
I'm gonna be a white Karen and report a black man.
Yeah, I am absolutely going to report a purple man.
Yeah, I know you are. Because you're a fucking Karen.
If they support Hamas, which is a terrorist organization, I don't give a shit what color they are.
No,
you
it's
support
not
a terrorist organization, it's against the law. It's a felony. Keep it
Hamas doesn't give a shit about the Palestinian people. They stole billions. With the amount of money that they received just from Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, alone, just from the Gulf and the Emiratis, they could have built two Singapores in the Gaza Strip.
Jewish people
two Singapores now. They could have built two. They could have built two Singapores. Two Singapores. And they built tunnels. They bought homes in Qatar. They funneled money into Switzerland and Luxembourg. And they destroyed Palestinian people. They can never win. It's quick to send a young Palestinian soldier into Israel to go and fight, but when he dies, they give his family peanuts and send the money to Qatar. That's not haram. Come on, bro. It's like if you want to get mad at the IDF, if you want to get mad at the IDF for what they do, then cast some blame on what Hamas does, because they had all the money.
Okay.
I'm still trying to understand why.
Hey, look, check this out, man. I go. You guys want to troll? You guys want to report them to the FBI?
I'm not trolling, bro. I'm not with that.
You direct questions that you're refusing to answer. You can say I don't want to answer that question.
That you're refusing to answer. We already understand. I've been buried to
bro, if the Emiratis called the Hamas officials Alibaba and his 40 thieves in open fucking diplomatic rooms, I'm sure there's something going on, bro. Oh, he ran away from the facts.
He ran away, guys.
That happens all the time. What do you know? I was going to ask him what flavor Hamas could
But guys, I'm really serious. I put the form in the chat. I'll put another one in. You start running into people on this app. I mean, this guy's American, but you run into ones that are foreigners on the app that are Hamas supporters.
there's a tip line, and you should use it. I mean, that's the new change.
These guys are cowards. You know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know. It's like you're wasting your time. They're cowards.
Are you
gonna go?
Are you connected? Are you connected at all with the owners of the Eagles?
Am I?
No. Oh, Abby.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
My friend's nephew's on the
I'm
Eagles.
down a little bit. I just want to say hello. How are you?
Me, I'm telling you, the city went crazy. People went running into the streets, Broad Street, like it felt like a mile of just people. Just everyone came from everywhere, just flooding. They're so excited. I didn't see anyone climbing the poles. I don't know if they greased the poles up or not. Usually they'll do that, anticipating it. It's kind of crazy.
What did you think?
I want you guys to win the whole thing so bad.
Comments.
Yeah, I want Eagles to win.
What do you think of Trump's comments today about Egypt and Jordan? I'll tell you what, listen, I've been saying for weeks now, since this ceasefire deal has been announced, that there was something maybe on the side, maybe, I think this
What did he say? I missed that today. I was working. What did he say?
He said literally that Egypt and Jordan should absorb 1.5 million Gazans so they could rebuild, so basically we could rebuild, so we could clean it out, is what he said. And then
why should Israel have to pay the bill?
I mean, he didn't say Israel should pay the bill. He said,
okay.
He said that Egypt and Jordan should absorb 1.5 million Gazans, that we should clean it out. That's what he said.
Yeah, he also said it's over.
It's over.
Robbie, do me a favor, check your messages.
Okay, I'm doing that right now.
Hey, I wanted to say hi to Euro real quick. What's up, Euro?
Yeah, I want
to hear the feedback from Abby and Euro on Trump's comments about Egypt and Jordan.
I'm gonna need to read it. I literally was absorbed in a football game all day and a pregame, so
it's incredible. He literally said that Egypt and Jordan, he's going to talk to Assisi tomorrow. I think he basically said tomorrow.
No, he's already talked to them.
Oh, already? Oh,
yeah.
Go ahead, girl. You talk.
He's talking.
You know what the ultimate solution is, though, right?
What's that?
If you had the perfect world to do it, but the Palestinians don't want to do it because of all the goddamn Ayatollah poison that's been flooded in their brain. If they talk about who's going to rebuild it, if they do the new draft of the Bangor Canal, right? The new draft that's not going through Gaza, that's not going through the kibbutz. If they just bring that Saudi oil via that canal through Israel, and put all of the brokering offices in Gaza, demilitarize Gaza completely. There's not going to be one fucking gun left. And let like a really pro-Sunni Saudi government come in and re-govern the land. Gaza will probably have casinos maybe later on, more entertainment. Like you could actually turn it into something. And it's not going to be on the back of, you don't have to worry about Egypt or Jordan, because all Egypt's going to do, all Jordan's going to do is go back to Al Saud and cry, we need money, help us. So just go to the lion himself on that side of the fence. And that's what it has to do. Continue the Abraham Accords, bro. Saudis got it, but Saudi doesn't even want to do it because the Palestinians don't. They're mad at them. But I mean, who else is gonna come in and do anything? We need better Saudi and Israeli relations, regardless. That's what needs to continue.
So when I first heard the news, I actually looked for you, Yahoo, but you weren't online. I was hoping to do a room about it, but anyways, it came as quite a surprise. And he also said that he had already spoken to the King of Jordan and President of Egypt, and he also said that other Arab states should also take in people. And he said, we just had to tell them, it's over. And as you said, he said it should be cleaned out, and that housing should be built. So he specifically said, housing should be built in Egypt and in Jordan to accommodate these refugees. And so he did this while he was on Air Force One. So yeah, I was immediately curious to what you and Abby would say to all of that. I'm trying to think if I'm leaving anything out. I think those are his main points. And then the other thing I was going to ask you guys about is if you've heard about the new agreement and the movement into North Gaza that's planned for later today.
Well, I did hear that, basically we're still blocking any movement to North Gaza at this point.
No, they already go. They already open.
Yeah, there's already a new agreement. So originally they were blocking, and then they reached a new agreement, I guess it was yesterday, where Hamas is going to release three additional hostages on Thursday, including Yehud and who's the other one? Bajé, and a third person who wasn't named for some reason, on Thursday. And they also submitted finally the full list, and they indicated how many people were alive and how many people were dead. And Israel agreed to allow the movement into North Gaza starting today.
Well, I think the main point, I don't agree with the North Gaza thing, with them allowing movement back to North Gaza, but that's not my call. I think that ultimately the biggest thing out of today comes from Trump with basically calling upon Egypt and Jordan to resettle Gaza and sort of open that opportunity. When you think about it, what Trump is saying is basically, let's open our eyes. These areas are destroyed, and there's not homes to go back to. The humane thing to do is to give them an opportunity, at least maybe not a forced opportunity. As you see in the video, if anybody will watch the video that I posted above, it's not the forced transfer of these individuals, but it's an opportunity to move to a area in which will give them a better opportunity to resettle. So that's kind of my understanding of it.
Yeah, about Trump's proposal.
Hey, you guys, I'm going to just go on mute and listen. You guys enjoy the room. I'm going to just chill out and close my eyes for a while. Enjoy. Peace out. This is the only war zone. I'm just going to close on this. Gaza is the only war zone, at least that I can imagine or understand or remember or have been able to find, in which people are not allowed to leave. All right? Because it's crazy. Like, you take Ukraine, for example. Millions of people became refugees in the surrounding countries, and each one of them, with open arms, took them in. And why is it that the neighboring area
The Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley, Chapters 0 through 50. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. AA Publication in Classes C and D. Official for Babes of the Abyss. Imprimatur in Frater A.A. Liber 333. The Book of Lies, which is also falsely called Breaks. The wanderings or falsifications of the one thought of Frater Perdurabo, which thought is itself untrue. Break, break, break at the foot of thy stones, O sea. I would that I could utter the thoughts that arise in me. Question mark.